Thanks for that, Todd. Questions? Holly, go ahead, please.
Kelly's claiming she's the keener who signed up, but would you sign me up too, please?
Okay, any other questions, Adina? And then Ellen.
Not a question. Will you please sign me up?
Ellen?
I have a question. What are the primary reasons why a producer would have an environmental farm plan necessary?
They're a completely voluntary program. Basically, the environmental farm plan just gives a producer an opportunity to take I don't know what to call it, but like a snapshot of their operation and determine where some of their environmental liabilities might be. So the things that are key are water courses and water supplies. And so a lot of what happens in at least the first few sections, we outline where your different water supplies are. So dugouts, creeks, streams, canals, cisterns, whatever the water supply is for that operation. And then we kind of loosely measure how close environmental things are to that, things that have the potential to make an environmental impact. So your fertilizer storage, your chemical and mixing sites, your septic systems, your, for dairy producers, where their lagoons are, like those kinds of things. And then it talks about some of the best practices for different other environmental things. So most producers don't have in a simple thing, but signage for where their chemical storage is. They don't have an emergency response plan for their farm operation. So that's always one of the suggestions that comes out of the EFP is to, even if it's just a short checklist for the fire department when they show up, here's where my chemical storage is, here's where my oil storage is, that kind of stuff, so that they know what has potential other implications. And then it goes into some of the other BMPs, like for soil erosion concerns, for what else? Pasture management, water quality, the 4 R's for fertilizer use. It talks a lot about BMPs and just gives producers an opportunity to see what their stuff looks like compared to what's the best management practice, and maybe a roadmap on how to get there. And the second thing that the EFP provides is an opportunity to get different grant funding. So sometimes those environmental liabilities or BMPs are things that you can get grant funding to improve on. And with that EFP, you have the opportunity to do that. Yeah, that was very long-winded. I hope everybody got as much out of that as I got giving that information to you.
Amanda, please.
Todd, how are your the rentals advertised?
A lot of word of mouth. It's on the website. We have done social media campaigns in the past, but I would say 90% of the people that utilize our equipment are the same people every year. And then obviously just driving down the road, or when Amanda's using it, your neighbor's going to see it and they'll be like, hey, you used that beautiful 15-foot no-till drill. That looked pretty new. Like, yeah, that's from the county. So, a lot of that.
It doesn't go in you couldn't put something in the tax notices that you have rentals?
Oh, we could. We could do yeah, for sure. We can pump out some more information. That's, I think there's maybe, I don't know if the tax notices is the best way, but getting some more information out there could be a goal of ours for sure.
Okay, thanks. Todd, any other questions? Seeing none, a motion to approve Todd's report would be in order. Holly? All in favor of approving the report? Thank you, Todd. And we move to item number 10.2, which is an RFD for that you're going to present to us with regard to Coyote incentive. So if you're a Coyote.
Yes, thank you. So our CCIP program, we have this policy coming to you annually for review. There's no changes except for the dates in the policy, so there's nothing to surprise anybody there. I think the Coyote Control Incentive Program is a valued program for anybody that is involved in it. We've had great history with it, and it's a relatively cost-effective way to manage a nuisance pest in our county. When we receive complaints or concerns from ratepayers on coyotes that are bothering in residential areas or on an acreage or even on farms. When we get those phone calls, we have a great list of reputable hunters that we're able to lead down that path. And it doesn't cost us anything except for a phone call and the $20 a coyote. So it's a pretty effective way to help control nuisance coyotes for sure. And yeah, just kind of here to bring the policy for annual review and approval.
Thanks, Todd. Dan?
I don't think it was this council, but a previous council decided to not run that for a year or two, right? And if my memory serves me right from one of the last times you brought this in, it took about 2 years to start seeing the numbers increase and start seeing there was a problem. So if I'm right on that, I'm thinking we need to keep it going, because if we take a year off, maybe not a big deal, but we're going to start creating a problem. So I think we need to keep this going as is, like you've got it set up. So I would motion that we approve this program
That we
as it is presented.
approve policy 005-23. Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Todd.
That's all for me. I just want a
Yeah.
quick reminder again about the ASB conference. We're going to register you, so make sure you let me know by the end of today if you're going to go. Cool.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks. Thanks for coming in.
And for putting me ahead of Stephanie. That was very much appreciated.
Thank you, Ariana, for that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. With that, we move to item number 11, administrative business, and 11.1, our interim budget. Welcome, Stephanie.
Good morning.
Morning.
So the Municipal Government Act requires council to approve a budget for the calendar year. So I'm here asking for council's approval for the 2024 interim budget.
Thank you. No council we've had a day discussion on this last week. Are there any other questions, or anyone want to raise some questions or prepared to make a motion to improve the 2024 interim budget? Lynette, please.
I'm ready to make the motion to approve the 2024 interim budget as presented.
Thank you, Lynette. Are there any other questions? Dan, please.
Not a question, but a comment. I know you guys put a lot of time into this, and it shows in the presentations you put forth. And I'd imagine it's a little bit of a stressful time of year, hoping everything gets approved and as you guys planned out. I just want to say thank you for the wonderful job presenting. These budgets are actually really easy to read, and if you guys didn't do such a good job, I'd be a little bit lost sometimes trying to figure these things out. So thank you for doing such a great job.
Agreed. Thank you. I had the opportunity to watch online and participate at some level. We had a few glitches on the electronic system, but it is a good presentation, and we appreciate the good work that goes into ensuring that we stay sound and moving forward with our budget procedures. So thank you for that as well. And are we ready for the question? All in favor of improving the interim budget for 2024, please indicate. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate your good work.
Thank you.
With that, we move to item number 11.2, a tender award for a pumper tender fire engine for the Tilley Fire Department. Welcome, Stuart. Good to see you here this morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me this morning. So as council is aware, I approached council October 19th to request to purchase a new pumper tender for Tilley area. This was for the 2024 budget, but it was under the premise that the costs had already risen and would rise more before 2024. Council approved it, and myself and the fire chiefs from Tilley sat down, got the tender ready, got it out, and we've got it back and reviewed all the tender documents. And at this point, we're ready to make a recommendation. As council remembers, back on the 19th, they approved increasing the budget from $500,000 to $685,000 for this fire engine. So 3 tenders were brought back to us, and with the 3 tenders, we ended up getting I apologize, I'm missing part of my document here. Shoot. I found it, sorry about that. So with our 3 tenders, we received 3 tenders back, one from Fort Garry Trucks, one from Acres Industries, and one from Rocky Mountain Phoenix. If you've seen my request for decision, you see that Rocky Mountain Phoenix, the cost of that fire engine was just too extravagant, and we could not even enter into thoughts of getting that truck, although it is a fantastic fire truck. The other 2 that we had were Fort Garry Trucks and Acre Industries. Acre Industries, I saw this fire truck that they're proposing at the Alberta, the Southern Alberta Fire Training Conference just last month, and this truck was set and ready to go with a few changes. It needed some alteration to make sure we had the ability for it to be not just a tender but a pumper as well. So it didn't have the 38 mil transverse lines we wanted. It didn't have the front end monitor, and the ground sweeps that we like to have on these fire trucks. So they would have to retrofit to make that work. At the end of the day, Fort Garry, or Acres, came back just a little bit cheaper than Fort Garry Trucks, but my fire chiefs in Tilley, and I agree with them, was once we've got a fire truck built and then we have to retrofit to them, there is concern of, leaks, problems, issues that could arise from that. So today I come to you with the recommendation and the ask that we recommend Fort Garry Trucks to build our fire truck for the Tilley Fire Department. It's a 3,000 gallon pumper tender, and the truck cost actually came in below what I had requested for an increase, and that cost will be $661,675. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. We have a presentation. Are there any questions for Stuart with regard to this request for decision? Lynette, please.
My question is this price locked in? Like, would all of these prices be, like, there's not going to be any more surprises or additions?
Very good question. I really went through that tender with the chiefs. We made sure that everything is on that truck that we need. This is a locked-in price until December, whatever it is. But as soon as we're done today, if we get approval, it will be locked in 100% for purchase. The other difference the council should note is that the Acres truck can be ready in February if we were to retrofit to it. This truck from Fort Garry will not come till 2025. It is a wait for the chassis in order to get the rest of the truck built. So there is a wait time, but my chiefs have said we've had this truck this long, we can wait just a little bit longer for a newer truck to come and a better truck.
Great, okay, thank you. And Dan, please.
These will be the same units that's in Dutchess, Pisano, Rolling Hills. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. Currently, the trucks that are in those municipalities and areas are Fort Garry fire trucks. So it'd be identical fire truck. The only difference is on this fire truck, we have the phone capability, which we found we needed to have on these trucks, where a request has been made to add them into the trucks that are already in our fleet. So this truck has a little bit more and not much more. The phone portion of it is less than $40,000, so of the whole cost of the truck.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or someone ready to make a motion for direction? Kelly, go ahead, please.
I'll make a motion to approve this purchase, option 1.
Okay, thank you. As recommended. Seeing no other questions, all in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. Let's move to item number 11.3, which is a tender for a minibus. Welcome, Shannon. Sorry.
So I am presenting the tenders for the purchase of the new minibus. The budget for the bus was approved for the 2023 year for $156,000. The tender invitations went out earlier this year, and we received 6 options. So my submission breaks down the pros and cons. The bus I'm recommending for approval is the Western Canada bus for $163,380.25, which is a bit more than the budgeted amount. The specification list that we compiled was based on features our current bus has. One of the specifications that was identified as a priority was the entrance step to the bus. The rider pool is generally mobility challenged. And it was determined that this entrance step to the bus was very important. The Western Canada bus met the other items on our list and was able to provide the entrance height that we're looking for, and they've got a wider entrance step of 42 inches. So I'm here looking for approval or recommendation or direction for the purchase of the bus.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions? Amanda, please.
Shannon, I'm curious, how many wheelchairs would be on that bus?
It has room for two, which is the same as our current bus, with 12 individual seats.
And it's manual or like electric and manual?
Like for the lift, do you mean?
Well, no, for the wheelchairs, like, because they can vary in sizes, right?
Yeah, I believe like she's got like the whole back of the bus is open, so then you would come in and then they get strapped in and tied down or.
And then 19 passengers on that?
So
what's the seat capacity?
12 individual riders and then plus the 2 wheelchairs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Dan, please.
How often do we replace these buses?
I looked that up. We bought the last one in 2016, I believe. So 7 to 8 years.
Okay, thank you. Holly, question?
Are we replacing the bus more because of kilometers or because of wear and tear on the bus?
Combination, like it's up there in miles and it's, before something goes wrong with it, it should be replaced. And we don't have a backup. So like if something goes bad with it and it's out of commission, the program's at halt until we can do something about it.
Okay, thank you. Lynette?
What do we do with the old bus when the new one comes?
That was part of our tender. We asked for trade-in or if they're interested in it. Once we get our new bus, we'd have to discuss that. A lot of the tenders gave us an amount, but depends on what the miles are and what our bus is looking at. This one, it said to be determined, so they'll look at it. It wasn't a lot that the tenders sent in. A lot of them were between $500 and $7,500 for our bus, so it's not a huge trade-in value, but it is an option to do that with these guys.
So that's that would be an option, but alternatively, we would sell it otherwise, eh? Or,
yeah, like we'll get rid of
money,
it.
Yeah. Okay. But that decision will be ahead of us as well, yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or ready for a motion for direction with regard to this RFD? Lynette, please.
I'm prepared to make the motion for option 1 to purchase the bus.
Thank you. As recommended. All in favor of that motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Shannon.
I just want to get John and Randall up.
Yeah. Okay. We're a little bit, I see John and Randall are here for introductions, and that is our first delegation. So why don't you come forward at this point and we will welcome to our meeting. John, for an introduction. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm here to introduce my new community peace officer, Randall Burgess. Goes by Randy. So I'll let him take it from there.
We'll have you introduce yourself, and then we'll introduce all of ourselves to you as well, so by name at least. But go ahead. Welcome to our meeting, and welcome to the County of Newell, Randy.
Thank you. Yeah, Randall Burgess. I go by Randy. 15 years experience-ish. I've been bylaw enforcement in Bow Island for 3 years before I moved to Westlock in 2012. Been in Westlock ever since, so this is a move sort of back home from us, where my wife grew up in Redcliffe, I grew up south of Medicine Hat, so this is a move back. Two of our kids landed back here, so this moved back towards them a bit, and yeah, so it's a homecoming for us, and sounds like a great county to work for. So pretty excited to get my appointment and get on the road. So
Thank you, and welcome again to the county. We'll all introduce ourselves, and then if there's questions, we can entertain those as well. Neil, why don't you start, please?
Yeah, welcome aboard, Randy. Neil Johnson, Division 10.
Welcome, Randy. Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Welcome, Randy. Ellen Unruh, and I represent the area around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning, Randy. Welcome, and it's good to see you here. Greg Screever. I'm Division 5, Lake Newell Resort and Castles area.
Good morning, Randy, and nice to meet you. I'm Kelly Chrisman from the west side of the county.
And I'm Arno Dirksen from the GEM area, Division 9.
Morning again. We're really excited to have you, the level of experience that you bring with us, and we're looking forward to working with you, Randy.
Good morning and welcome. Holly Johnson, Rainier, Scandia, and Bow City.
Good morning. Adina Scandrup, Division 2, around the area around the hamlet of Tilley.
Good morning, Randy. Welcome to the county and welcome home. I'm Dan Short from Division 1 Rolling Hills.
Hello and welcome. I'm Lynette Kopp from Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Again, welcome. Are there any questions or conversation with Randy at this point? Any questions for Randy, or do you have any questions for us? Welcome, yeah.
no, I don't have any questions for you yet. There'll probably be some down the road, but yeah, nice to meet you all. And this is a bit of a different scenario for me. My council has always been quite a bit smaller, so yeah, I look forward to working with you all and getting to know you all. So
great. I know a few people around Westlock, but I'll ask you about that on the side. Go ahead, Holly, please.
I was thinking the exact same thing about Westlock. But is there an area you feel that is a specialty for you, or an area of interest you really like to focus on?
Well, traffic enforcement is really my passion. That's why I got into this position, but I've been very successful in bylaw enforcement as well. Bow Island was all bylaw enforcement, so I specialized there in bylaw enforcement. My mandate in Westlock was bylaw enforcement with a sideline of traffic. So yeah, I've been pretty successful in bylaw enforcement. I've dealt with some pretty large files in my career that has given me a lot of experience, and worked with a lot of lawyers and that gave me a lot of experience dealing with the MGA and enforcement of bylaws and writing bylaws and doing all that sort of stuff. So my passion is traffic, but I also am pretty successful in bylaw enforcement as well. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Welcome again. Thanks for coming in this morning, and we look forward to your work in our area and further interactions. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, John. Yeah. Okay. Let's move to item number 11.4. We have some time before our next delegation, so road closures. The approval to proceed on, excuse me, 11.4 for the east of 8, 1813 west of 4, and west of 9, 1813 west of 4. Maria, please.
Thank you. I'll just pull up the map quickly. Okay, the purpose of this application is to close the road allowances outlined in this map to either sell or lease to the applicant to facilitate a new irrigation, a new pivot that was installed. So the subject lands are in Division 2, southeast of the city of Brooks. All the parcels in this area are in the Agriculture General District. The applicant has installed a pivot and will be irrigating over the road allowance. The road closure will not impact legal access to any of the lands adjacent to the proposed road closure. The applicant would like to purchase the road allowance and consolidate it with the remainder of the property if council would choose to go that route. The land value for the road allowance under the pivot, as determined by the county assessor, is $6,000 per acre. So the total amount of acres in this road allowance is 4 acres, so the total purchase price would be $24,000. This application can also be considered as a road closure and lease, which allows the county to utilize the road allowance in the future if required. Historically, council has not sold road allowances unless an alternative access consideration has been made. The application was circulated to internal departments, and there were no concerns with the road closure and lease of the road allowance. So there are some options, more options than I have stated in this RFD. So you could provide approval to proceed with the road closure and sale, or the road closure and lease. You could provide amendments to either the lease or the sale, or refuse the road closure application. It is recommended that the application for road closure and lease be given approval to proceed, and then we could advertise with the public hearing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just looking through the documents in the past, it's a 4-acre, it would be a 4-acre lease. The EID, I think the one document suggested it was 8 acres, or is that not the case? I was looking at the drawing and maybe I misread it. Doesn't it, I'm not looking at that one right now, but I think it, I thought so too. I'm just asking for clarification. I don't have an opinion on which is.
Yeah, sorry, I think that my calculations were wrong. So 4 acres per quarter section, 2 quarters. Okay. So that's correct. The purchase price then would be $48,000 for the 8 acres. If it goes from section line to section line. Yeah, pardon me, sorry about that.
Right. I have a question just with regard to the presentation. You suggested that if, that in the case of us selling the road allowance, there would need to be other considerations for access. Is that an issue in this case, or it really isn't an issue?
If the road closure sticks with just what is being irrigated and that's sold, then there is access via other road allowances to all the quarter sections. So historically, council's decision has been to lease, and if a sale is considered, then there has been a request for alternate access. But you're right, in this case, because of how the roads go, there would be potential access to all the parcels. The caveat to that is that these parcels on the north would be accessed off the number 1 highway, which generally isn't provided by Alberta Transportation. So then that would be restricted by a road closure and sale. If I'll pull up the other map again. So,
are they all part of the same title though at this point?
All separate titles. So these two are owned by the same landowner, and these ones are owned by an affiliated company, I believe, but it is a different name on the title. Right. So these parcels would require access from here, and this parcel off the number 1. So that gets a little bit tricky if they're sold separately.
Right. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Holly.
I was curious, you would put the landowner has installed and will be irrigating, so it suggests it's a new pivot. So did they approach you before they put the pivot up, since they're going on our road allowance, or how did this come to your attention?
Go ahead.
That's a good question. So recently, so within the last 4 years, we've been working with the EID to flag these road allowances so that people will come to us before they install an irrigation system on the road allowance. Historically, that hasn't been done. So we've just kind of been chasing these as they happen. Now we're working with the EID, which is great. Irrigation pivots don't need a development permit. So sometimes what we're seeing is people will put up a system and then ask for everything else to fall into place after. So that's what happened in this case. I suppose it's a bit of a cart before the horse.
Okay. Just a question with regard, excuse me, to the two pivots. The pivot that's outlined in dark green on the picture and the proposed pivot that would go around the road closure, are those on the same title? Are those the same title? Do you know?
They're different titles and different. This landowner is a numbered company and this is a ranch. So different names on the titles. And each, yeah, so they are separate titles.
Are they an irrigable unit? Do you know? Together, or are they separate? Then that's an EID question. I guess it's not specific to the county for sure. We don't know that, I imagine. Is that right? Go ahead.
No, we don't know. My assumption would be that this is an irrigatable unit and then this would be, oh, because this is attached. Yeah, and I do have the title, so I could find that information for you.
Because I think with the EID, where there are there's infrastructure on shared quarters, typically that would be an irrigable unit, which ties those two together basically in perpetuity too, which is an interesting reality for this, or I think would have some consideration for us with regard to what we would do with the road allowance too, potentially. Maybe, you know, it might, I think that's information that would be useful to have. If go ahead, Greg, and then Kelly.
Yeah, I definitely have a problem with an installation of a pivot before permission for the road allowance. It's a significant capital upgrade to the land, and without getting all the approvals, that's quite a gamble for this landowner to do. It is, if we weren't to approve this today, he's basically irrigating half his land, because if we don't approve the use of the road, that's pretty significant. So I think it's important that that it's stressed with EID and with future developments like this that these approvals are done before. So that's just one thing that I want to stress to future developments.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Kelly, please, and then Neil.
Yeah, this is not a one-off. This happens throughout the county and historically. Not saying that it's right, and we need to make every effort to dissuade ranchers and farmers from doing business this way. I, however, would like to go with the option one, to lease the property, the right-of-way, and so that this rancher can continue to farm his 4 quarters. That's my motion.
You're making a motion? Okay, we have a motion on the table. Go ahead, Neil, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, these things are all over, like Maria said. My question is, I think you're really low on your 6,000 an acre. I know you are. Nobody in this room would sell it for that. And second question is, what's your lease rate?
Thanks, Neil. Go ahead, Maria, please.
The lease rate is $100 per mile or portion thereof. And then we ask that the applicant pay for 10 years at a time.
Okay, thanks, Neil.
I'm doing some bad math. That's $800 a year. 200, even worse, $200 a year for 8 acres of irrigated ground underneath the pivot. Rental rates are at least $200, $300. Potatoes are $400. So I'm in favor of the lease, but I think it would be a little irresponsible to give it away for that kind of money.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Lane's coming to the table. Do you have a comment or?
Just one quick one. The lease rates are set through the schedule of fees bylaw, and it sounds like there's a need for us to reconsider that. We do anticipate bringing the schedule of fees bylaw back for first reading during the next meeting. So that could be part of the conversation at that time.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, I would, I guess my own personal feeling is, I think we try to get these things ironed out in the future, but the reality is this happens in the case of road allowances that are not really even identified. Obviously, they're all identified because they're all surveyed in, but and I would be quite open to considering selling the road allowance if it doesn't get us into problems, if we can iron out any potential for why we would need them in the future. I see no reason for holding a lease on a situation like that where there's infrastructure set up and a strong irrigation happening, which I think is something as a county we're encouraging. So, and I'm not sure what the procedure is. I know the recommendation today is that we approve the road closure with a lease. If the landowner is interested in purchasing, if there isn't a downside for us to need to hang on to that road allowance, why would we want to hold that? I don't see a reason to do that, but there are other questions or comments. Go ahead, Ellen.
Just to respond to your question, I do think we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what can happen in the future. And once we sell it, that's it. So I'm in favor of the lease. And I have a question for you, Maria. So after 10 years, does the lease automatically get redone, if you will?
Go ahead.
Yeah, then after the 10 years, we touch base with the owner of the property at that time and then renew that lease.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, and so my comment to Reeve Dirkson's comments about selling are similar to Ellen's concerns, but elevated to the sense that we already have a quarter identified here that is adjacent to Highway 1, which makes it prime real estate into the future. So development is a possibility. We're not talking in the back 40 on the west corner of the county. We're talking right on Highway 1 property that would no longer have access to their property from a county road allowance. So I strongly urge council to consider the lease option in this situation. Thank you, Reeve.
Okay, thank you for that. I simply would, well, go ahead, Greg.
With respect to the lease schedule of fees, and I guess this is for Lane. With respect to the schedule of fees that we're looking at proposing next meeting, how would it apply to this specific area? Would the new fees be applied to it, or if we pass this today, would it still be the old fees?
It would be the new fees that would apply, and it comes back to the question about what happens in 10 years' time. Is the lease renewed? It would be renewed at whatever the going rate is for the road allowance leases at that time as well. The schedule of fees bylaw, when it was originally set up, we had one flat rate for leasing road allowances. It's regardless of whether it's grass, dry land cultivated, or irrigated land. It was just one flat rate. It sounds like from the conversation that there's a need for us to look at considering possibly differential rates based on the use that's being made of the leased area. We can have that conversation when we bring the bylaw back, but the review of the bylaw itself is part of the budget approval process. With the budget now in place, the next step was to bring the schedule of fees forward for consideration.
Okay, I'll go ahead, Dan.
I had the same concern and question as Neil, and if we're not talking about a sale right now, it's irrelevant. However, I'd like to know how they came up with that $6,000 an acre for estimated value. That puts it at a $960,000 quarter section, and if you can find a quarter section for less than $2 million right now, that'd be amazing. So I'd like to know if we're going to ever talk about selling land, how we're actually coming up with those numbers would be. And I don't need to know right now, but the next time it'd be nice to know.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks. Maria, please.
This road closure topic is something that we've been discussing a lot internally and have been meaning to bring to a committee of the whole meeting for a discussion. The road closure, how that should look like, what kind of projects we can do with this, and also the lease rates, I think would be a good discussion.
I think it's important that we have a broader discussion on this, because even the consideration that using the few acres that are between this particular quarter and Highway 1, or that we're going to suggest at some point where we've closed a road and a landowner has invested in irrigation equipment, that we're going to shut that down in order to access a few acres to the north there. You know, we're kind of, I'm not going to make an example or a comparison of there's logic that's missing there. I think if we're here for planning, we need to look at that in a broader perspective so that we protect the approvals that we've made, because I think it's a sound argument to close this road this road allowance so that this irrigated land can be developed. But there must be ways that we can look at alternative development in the future and anticipate that ahead of time. Otherwise, we're approving something here today that we're saying in the future we might back up on where we've had a significant infrastructure development. And I realize there's procedures to deal with these, but I think we need to look at that in a fairly holistic way so that we don't approve things that in the future we're going to kind of embarrass ourselves with trying to back out of. Go ahead, Neil, and then Lynette.
Yeah, I think I'm not opposed to sale, but as far as future development goes, if we have our lease, which carries through, automatically renews in 10 years at whatever the fees are, it's up to council at that time to set those. But any development would be driven by the landowner. Nobody's going to come in and say, we're making a hotel on your property. So then they would know, because they've already got a lease there, that the road was available, and the county would have really nothing to do with it other than just approving the road. It's not like we're going to go in and make any development there, or any future council they don't will either. So yeah, I'm in favor of the lease. I'm not against the sale, but not at $6,000 an acre, for sure.
Okay, no, that's another discussion, but I think from my perspective on it is, I think land ownership and control of the circumstances that you're under is an important thing for going forward. And the fact of the matter is, as long as it's a lease, then there is a council 10 years from now that could decide not to renew the lease for whatever reason. And I see very little reason to put that out, if we can solve that ahead of time, we should try to do that. Lynette, and then Holly, please.
My thinking is mostly the same as Neil's, that like a future council, why would they ever not renew the lease unless the landowner had sold that portion of the property and something else was needing to happen? Otherwise, I think that it will be just fine to lease it, and then because once we sell it, we no longer can help out like, let's just say it was sold, the new landowner to get a road to his property. We can't help him if it's gone already.
Go ahead. Thanks, Lynette. Go ahead, Holly.
You can let me know, Maria, if I have this wrong, but I believe if it's under a lease, it can be reopened if someone applies to have it reopened in 60 days. Is that not correct?
Go ahead, Maria.
That's correct. There is provisions in the lease agreement that can cancel the lease with time.
Okay, thanks. Dan and then Adina.
If you're talking about landowners' rights or whatever, protecting the landowner, what about the county of Newell? We own that land, and someone's decided to come in and put a pivot on it. So who protects the county's land? So that road allowance, that's ours. So what about us? We should be protected as well, and that we are. We've got these road allowances. So I think there's value in making sure that we take care of our land and preserve it the best way we should.
If you're asking me for a response, no question we need to do that, but I think we're here to take care of land use planning. And I think we should be fairly astute about not creating situations that get us into problems in the future. I think that we have a situation here that we're approving, and we know that it might not be our ideal approach to it, so we can do some things to improve that so that in the future we discuss these things before pivots are put up. But I think it behooves us to look forward and say, let's not get future councils into a situation. Suppose that you had a situation where you know, why would you want to close that road allowance or have anyone even coming to you with that if you could secure someone's situation and still make a plan for other access to that other land if you need to? That could all be done ahead of time so that we're not putting a landowner in the potential situation of a council that could be subject to whatever the fickle decisions might be. Go ahead, Adina.
So I'm not saying that this is the case in this instance, but in a world where we seem to have landowners doing what they want when they want, I just feel if we continue to lease rather than sell, then we're protected in case, you know, that land to the north somebody does want to develop it in the future, then we haven't cut them off from that. So I just like to see that because we are in the business of planning, that we would keep this option open for the future when something else could be developed, and then we're still kind of in the game with them.
Okay, thank you. Neil and then Kelly.
Yeah, this isn't a whole lot different than a couple we did up in Bizano, right? The exact same thing, and the council chose at that time to lease for all these reasons we're going over. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with the lease as long as our agreement passes, what automatically renews. And the other thing I'm thinking about, I could think of 1, 2, 3 of these within 5 miles of here right now. And if you get spread out to all your areas, there's probably, give me a number, a couple hundred, quite a few. So if we're gonna ask these guys to cut a check for that, we might as well go around the whole county and take care of all of them to treat them all the same. And I don't think we're prepared to do that. So I'm recommending going with a lease from my perspective.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the table. Kelly, you've got another question?
Just a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So my comment to council to consider is all the income that these and others in our county have reaped on the back of our taxpayers already, you know, at no cost. They've reaped a profit from that 8 acres at no cost to themselves. So that's another consideration. This is getting it in line and doing things the proper way, and we need to applaud them for doing the work that they're doing.
You're speaking to the landowners.
I'm speaking to the landowners who have applied to lease this land and get it under.
Right, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Neil.
Other question, if we go ahead and do this one and then set our rates, will the rates on all of the other road allowance areas go up?
No, those are, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
There are existing leases in place, and those leases will carry until they expire, at which time the rate would be adjusted to reflect whatever the lease rate is at that time.
Okay, that's, yeah, if they're 10-year leases, then they would be brought up to a new rate if we change it at the 10-year anniversary. But I think we've also already suggested that we're going to have a further discussion on this at a committee of the whole meeting, and I think that would be a healthy thing for us to take a look at this from a holistic perspective, not only revenue, but also our administrative cost of continuing to lease small portions of lands in the middle of active agriculture organizations that are going to continue. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion that we follow recommendation option 1 as recommended to close the road allowance and lease the land to the applicant, please indicate your approval. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Holly, go ahead.
Could I just confirm that the lease rate will be at the newly set rate, not the previous one? Did I understand that correctly?
No. Go ahead, Maria.
This motion is only for the approval to proceed. So now we've kind of started the process. We'll set a public hearing, circulate it to required referral agencies, adjacent landowners for comment, and then we'll request first readings should council decide. Then Alberta Transportation needs to approve it. So this whole process could take a year. The lease doesn't come into effect until third reading has been heard, and then so if the schedule of fees has been changed in that time, then they will be they'll enter into agreement based on what the schedule of fees are then.
Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Is the payment then retroactive?
Go ahead.
There is no payment until the road has been closed. So the lease does not start until the road is closed. Approved by Alberta Transportation, third reading. That's when the payment is made.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Holly.
Right, but then we're catching them, they're getting a year for free. Like really, it should be retroactive to the date of application. There's somebody can't sign the lease, but there should be retroactive piece because they're using it. They're using the road allowance. So I would wonder if that can be looked at.
Go ahead, Maria, and then Matt has a comment. I think we need some context that probably outdates most of us here.
Yeah, I'm hearing conversation that would be good to have at committee of the whole.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay. Go ahead, Neil.
Well, I agree with Holly's question. Like, we just approved a lease, and she's asking when to make sure we get paid for it. What do we need committee of the whole to solve that?
There is a current procedure in place that is going to play out on this, and I think Maria has indicated that it's going to take some time for this to come to an official road closure and lease. So that's a procedure that's always been the case in the County of Newell. So we'll have a broader discussion on this at a committee of the whole, and I think that's the appropriate place to discuss various options. Today we had a proposal that came to us. We've made the decision, and I think it's underway. So I think the procedure is a good one. There may be some alterations that we want to put to it in the future, but we'll have the opportunity to do that. Thanks, Maria. Thank. Time is it? 11. Pardon me. Oh, okay. Brooks Foundation. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 11.5, Ducks Unlimited Canada, Notice of Proposed Conservation Easement. Go ahead, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you. The Ducks Unlimited has approached the county with a form that they would like the county to sign in regards to a conservation easement. The lands are in Section 2, 1922 in Division 6, just northwest of the town of Bizano. In this area, all parcels in that area are in the Agriculture General District of the Land Use Bylaw. The purpose of the conservation easement is to ensure the protection in perpetuity of the natural features of the land as they exist and change through natural processes by restricting the land use that would diminish the ecological value of the land. Under the Alberta Land Stewardship Act, a person intending to register a conservation easement must give prior notice to the Council of the Municipality, the Minister of Infrastructure, and the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. So Ducks Unlimited is requesting that the county waive the 60-day waiting period required prior to registration of the conservation easement at land titles. The intention of the 60-day waiting period is to allow the county to indicate if there are development interests on the land, including existing approved development permits, or the potential need for future road construction. The reason Ducks Unlimited would like us to waive that 60 days is because they would like to begin protecting that land as soon as possible, and then agreements can be made between Ducks Unlimited and the the landowners, as quickly as possible. So this conservation easement was circulated internally, and there are no identified development interests on the proposed area. So Ducks Unlimited and the landowner do hold the right to register the easement on title without county consent. Historically, council has, well, they've gone different ways. The period has been waived in certain instances and has not been waived in others. So the options are to sign the Form 1 to waive, to wait out the 60 days, or if you're not in favor of the conservation easement, then we'll have to look into options that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. So the recommendation is that we don't have an approval process with regard to the conservation easement. It's about whether we waive the 60-day waiting period, and the recommendation is that we not do that. Are there any questions or a motion to proceed one way or the other? Go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of waiving the 60 days. I mean, since this is in perpetuity, 60 days is not the end of the world. I'm not in favor of waiting. I'm in favor of waiting.
Okay, so do you make a motion to that effect to approve as per recommended?
I think it's option number 2.
That's right, yeah. You make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thanks, Ellen. Any further questions? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. We have a public hearing at 11:30. I'm going to suggest we take a brief break and reconvene at 11:30. That covers that item, right, Maria? Thank you.
and then we're doing the land use amendment one here. For what it's worth.
Okay, let's reconvene our meeting. Good morning again, everyone. This I will call, just a minute, do we need a motion to move to public hearing? We need a motion to move to a public hearing. So I'll ask Council Amanda, please.
I'll make that motion to move into public hearing.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. And so I'll call this public meeting or public hearing to order. I'll just read the process so that we all understand the procedures that we're subject to this morning. The purpose of the public hearing is to ensure that there's an orderly process for council to receive input from everyone who wishes to be heard. The purpose of this public hearing this morning is to hear representations on Bylaw 2062-23. After my comments, the time will be turned over to administrative staff for an overview of the matter being considered this morning. As part of this public hearing, the applicant will then be given an opportunity to address and be questioned by council. Others who wish to address council will also be given an opportunity to provide comments, hearing first from those speaking in support of the applicant, and then in opposition to the application. Council may question presenters if they feel a need for clarification. We ask that comments be brief and limited to 5 minutes for the applicant and 3 minutes for others who wish to address council. Any individual wishing to speak must first be recognized by the chair. That's pretty standard. And once recognized, please state your name so we know each other. All statements should be directed to council. After council has heard from those who wish to submit comments, the applicants will be given a brief opportunity to respond to the issues raised, and then the hearing will be adjourned and council will consider the input provided when the matter is next dealt with by council. So that is the procedure that we're following this morning. I'm going to suggest that we begin with introductions so that we know each other. Neil, go ahead, please, and we'll go around the room to introduce ourselves.
Neil Johnson, Division 10 Councillor.
Amanda Philpott, Division 8 Duchess.
Good morning, Ellen Unruh, and I represent the area around the village of Rosemary.
Hi, good morning. Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake No Resort and Castles.
Good morning, Kelly Chrisman, the west side of the county.
Good morning again, Arno Dirksen from Division 9, the GEM area.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, County Administrator.
Good morning, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, Adina Scandrip, Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilley.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hi, Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Catherine, go ahead.
Catherine Siaklik, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Hi, Sandra Stanway, Brooks Bulletin.
Hello, I'm Maria Jackson, the Supervisor of Planning and Development.
Do we have a roving mic to allow or invite our...
Just have them introduce themselves. As they
Yeah, I think our presenters will come forward, and if you'll introduce yourself as you come forward in a few minutes, that would be good. At this point, we'll move to Maria, if you'd give us an overview of the matter at hand this morning.
Thank you. The purpose of this application and this public hearing is to redesignate portions of the northeast of 72115 from Agriculture General District to Residential Rural District. The subject parcel is located 2.5 kilometers northeast of the village of Rosemary. It is a vacant dry land pivot corner. The Municipal Planning Commission approved a subdivision on the subject parcel in September with the condition that a land use district be amended from Agriculture General District to Residential Rural District. The Residential Rural District allows for a second parcel to be subdivided out of a quarter section that is less than 3 acres in size. The county has a subdivision authority bylaw 2018-21, which allows for one subdivision on an unsubdivided quarter section of land within the Agriculture General District. The MPC may approve one additional subdivision on the residential quarter section, provided that the following criteria are met: that the parcel is not located within an IDP area, that the parcel is between 3 and 7 acres, that the parcel contains an existing dwelling or a buildable site, that the parcel can be serviced to the satisfaction of the development authority, that the development will not inhibit access or negatively impact agriculture or the recreational use of a river valley, water body, or environmentally sensitive area, that the proposed and residual parcels have direct legal and physical access to a public roadway, and that the proposed parcel will not significantly affect any irrigation or transportation systems in the area. The residential rural district of the land use bylaw is to provide for acreage residential or cluster development on parcels that can support private water and sewer systems in an agricultural area. This notice was circulated, and we did receive 2 letters from an adjacent landowner, and then also from a landowner who owns a confined feeding operation within the vicinity of the proposed land use amendment. Responses were also received from Alberta Health Services and Alberta Transportation, and those letters have been included in your agenda package. It is recommended that after hearing presentations made from the public hearing and consideration is given to those comments, that council give second and third reading to bylaw 2062-23. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. With that, we'll invite the applicants to come forward and present. Go ahead, the Millers. Yeah, the applicants, yeah.
Okay, is that good?
Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody, councilors and everybody else in the room. My name is Rob Miller. This is my mom, Elizabeth Miller, and we're co-landowners on the parcel that we're referring to. So obviously, we've decided to subdivide this little piece off of our farm in Rosemary. The corner that we decided is not a good piece of farmland. The pivot can't get to it. So we thought, well, let's do what we can with it and make the best of it. The current subdivision that we've proposed is plus or minus 2.37 acres. This will be finalized by a surveyor. It's an ideal location. It's unused farmland. It's 2.4 kilometers from Rosemary. It's 200 meters from the 550 highway. Services are near. There's power, there's water. It's been approved by the septic commission, or sorry, I don't know what the word that. It's been approved that way. It's a perfect little piece to build a home or a small residence and have, you know, a couple horses or whatever the case is. It's a great opportunity for the county, I believe, to add some population to the rural area. It's a possibility for Rosemary to get another family to add to their school and the stuff that goes on in Rosemary. The conditions have all been met, other than the one fly in the ointment is that 50 plus years ago there was a dugout put on the property that goes on to 2 pieces of property. Now, they did it back in the day to obviously share that resource and probably save costs. The one condition was that we have an agreement, an encroachment agreement with the adjacent landowner for this dugout. Obviously, we're here, so the agreement, you know, we haven't checked that box off yet. So the dugout goes onto the neighbor's property approximately 20 to 25 feet. And basically the property line goes through that portion of the dugout. Some options that we have, you know, obviously if an agreement can't be made or that the dugout gets fenced off, the neighbor's portion of the dugout gets filled, or the whole dugout gets filled, or it gets pumped out and never used again. And I'm okay with all the above. The dugout, for all intents and purposes, isn't used for anything by us, the landowner. The letter that, you know, the opposition to the parcel, there was 2. One was liability on the neighbor's property if, you know, perhaps a toddler or somebody happened to wander onto her property. She has Mrs. Chrisman has a dugout of her own on her property too, and she feels that that would be a liability. As anybody in the rural area knows, there's ditches, there's dugouts, there's lakes, there's ponds, there's everything. So liability is everywhere. The other one was devaluation of her property, and I mean, I'm not a real estate person, I can't argue either way. There's a possibility it could go down, there's a possibility it could increase the value of her property if there was a nice place put up there. So nobody knows that one. So I guess in conclusion, you know, I think the opportunity is there for the county to get another little piece of property out there for somebody to set up shop and raise a family and contribute to the county and the community. And we hope that that's the direction it goes. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And you're welcome. If my wife was here, this would have gone on about another 20 minutes. So you're welcome for that. I give you the Reader's Digest version. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Just stay for a minute in case there are questions of clarification from council. Does anyone have a question to further clarify the presentation or information? Go ahead, Lynette, please.
Can you just clarify more about this dugout? Maria, can you put the picture up?
Yeah.
Because I don't see where it actually is on our picture.
You can? I'll use this as a prop if I may. So if you're looking at it, this is the property line, this is the dugout, and the property line goes through the dugout like this. Oh, there we go. The black line on the top of the south dugout goes through the dugout. And back 50 plus years ago, it was made to share with the neighbor. No, it's not.
Just turn your mic on for a minute, Lynette.
So that's not the part that you want to subdivide at all?
No, but that was a condition of on the approval process that we were talking about. But you're right, it is not on that. It was a condition that there's an encroachment agreement made with the neighbor so that the process could continue. Did I answer your question? Okay.
And that condition was put on by County of Newell staff, MPC, yeah. Okay, thanks. Further questions, Ellen, and then Kelly, please.
So it's designated agriculture currently to staff. Now, what prevents the owner to put a house on there currently? Why does it have to be redesignated? Because in agriculture, you can put a house on it, correct? or does it have something to do with the size?
Go ahead, Marie.
Sorry.
So if this parcel was not subdivided, the applicant would be able to put 4 houses on this portion of land. With the subdivision and should the land use amendment go through, that would restrict development to that parcel to 1 residential dwelling. There is the opportunity still to build on the remnant parcel, but whether the subdivision or the land use amendment happen, there could still be the development of a residential property or of a house on that property.
Okay, thank you. Further clarification?
Yeah, just to clarify, you said 1 house is only allowed then if this were to go through, but then you just said there's still an opportunity for another house to be built on that, correct?
No, go ahead, Maria.
Sorry, I should have explained myself a little bit better. So if the subdivision, if we erase the subdivision and it's just 2 parcels on that quarter section, there can be up to 4 houses built on a parcel designated agriculture. Now, if we look at the subdivision, there can be 1 house on a residential parcel, which would just be that subdivision. That ag parcel can still have up to 4 houses. Yeah.
Okay, that's clarification. Go ahead, Kelly, please.
I think you answered my question, Maria. I just wanted to ask whether the designation of residential indicates single-family dwelling.
Go ahead, Maria.
It can be, yes, single-family dwelling, manufactured home, but there is no provisions in the residential district. And while I talk, I should fact-check myself for, say, a duplex or a multi-family dwelling. In the, a duplex, say, is a discretionary use, so that would have to be approved by the Municipal Planning Commission. But the maximum density is 1 dwelling unit per parcel. And then 1 secondary suite, which would mean basement suite or something like that. But 1 dwelling unit is only allowed. There's also restrictions on a residential district on the size of accessory buildings. So a shop can be up to 140 square meters, whereas on an ag district, it can be a lot larger.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Kelly.
for the landowner, first of all, shout out to my grade 6 teacher, Mrs. Miller. Hi. And her little son, Robbie. My question for you, Rob, is your plan for this residential subdivision. Are you thinking about moving there? Are you thinking about selling? Do you have a plan for this? Or is it a duplex plan? Is there anything you can share with us?
It's not for us to live, it's to sell. It's for sale.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Dan and then Holly, please.
Don't really know exactly how to ask this question or who to ask it to, but the one response was about the interference with the ag. So if the ERCB, I believe it is, NRCB approves a feedlot based on what is there, and then we change and put things now within that area where they said there was nothing. I just wanted clarification on how is that working? Are we now actually negatively affecting ag with a decision like this? Is that just a normal thing to do? How does NRCB feel about us changing rules after they've approved things? Just a little bit more information on that would be nice.
That's a question for staff, so Maria, can you speak to that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I spoke to the NRCB. So when a new confined feeding operation wants to develop, they have minimum distance setbacks that they minimum setback distances that they need to follow for residential properties. However, if someone builds within that existing distance, that person will not be considered a directly affected party and would not be required to sign a waiver should the CFO decide to expand. So if this property is developed as a residential property and they start complaining about the CFO, the CFO was there first, and so they really waive the right to complain.
Okay, I think that answers your question. Go ahead, follow up.
And yeah, then the follow-up would be that to make sure that that information is passed on to any prospective buyer, they would need to know that when they were buying the property, that they don't have any, I guess, well, as Maria just laid it out, that would need to be put through to the potential purchaser.
It's probably buyer beware is typical in those kinds of things. You look around and you have to understand what's happening, yeah. Holly, do you have a follow-up question? Or pardon me, a question? Go ahead.
Yes. Are you encroaching on your neighbor's land with your pivot? It looks like on the map that you are.
Yeah, I do have a response for that. Is that part of the proposal talk or no?
Just understanding the situation.
Okay.
I'm just, because it was a mentioned letter, so I just wanted to understand that.
Yes, it is. Now, there is a land easement for that pivot track. I believe it was signed in 2017. A quick history for you, since you asked the question. This property was fenced 50 plus years ago, probably going on 60 or more. The fence line hasn't moved. The south, if you look at the bottom part of the big rectangular property, is about 6.5 meters onto her property. There is some land on the end of it that was given to Mrs. Chrisman in a bit of an allotment, I guess, you know, a little bit of a swap by neighbors back then. You know, looking back, it probably should have been surveyed more than once so that this never come to this, but here we sit. There is a land easement for that, though, and I have it right here if you'd like to see it.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Neil?
I think it is probably the best use for those type of pivots. The only thing that, and we've got these all over the county, it's not like it's anything new. That dugout just kind of bothers me. Like, is there any way to just fill that in and be done with it?
Yeah. Question to Rob.
Sure, I have a few options there.
Oh, sorry. Just turn your mic on, Rob. Sorry. There you go.
Red's on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes, there are options. We've talked about that. You know, we could put a fence around it. It's like I said, it doesn't get used. We don't need it for irrigation. We have a pipeline, obviously, to the pivot. You know, if the future purchaser of the subdivision could get rural water, it could be filled in, or just drained. I mean, the most fiscally responsible part would be to just drain it. That's the cheapest and easiest, and never refill it. So there are options.
I'll just point out to council that the encroachment issue is between the landowners, is really not council's consideration. So the encroachment is something that the individual landowners deal with, basically, which, yeah.
It was part of the approval process, though, the encroachment agreement. So
yeah,
it's comes in a little.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Adina, please.
So just for clarification, there isn't water to this area right now, so they would either have to put in regional water or use the dugout. Is that right?
I honestly can't tell you where the regional water is in that area. The dugout isn't part of the proposed subdivision, so they would have to have a cistern.
Yeah, there's no water service to the proposed subdivision at this point. It's unserviced. Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, Rob. And at this point, I'll invite anyone else who is speaking in favor to come forward. And if that's not the case, then we'll invite anyone speaking in opposition to the application to come forward. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks for your time, everybody.
Does anyone want to come forward to speak in opposition to this application for land use change? Welcome, Lois.
Good morning. I assume that all of you have the letter that I sent in. If not, I can read it. No? Okay. Reeve County Councillors and fellow county members. In the late spring of summer of 2022, Mrs. Miller, Betty, came to my door and she told me that she was going to subdivide that said property of the corner of the pivot off to the south of my house. She was going to give it to the Rosemary School or grasslands for a gardening, agriculture, or animal, some type of agriculture project. She didn't know at that time, and did I have any objection? At that time, I told her no. I'm all for encouraging the furthering education of agriculture, but I did tell her that the fence is in the wrong place. I did know that, just from easements and whatever. And I told her that would have to be moved first. On August 17th of 2023, I received a letter from the county and saying that that they were subdividing. On it was the Grasslands School Division, Christ Redeemer School. So I read quickly through it, and the numbers were blanked out in the copy that I got. The only number I had was the surveyor, and so I called him, and he said that the property line was 26 feet onto my property, so that the fence would have to be moved. And before the that went through, I did speak to the county about it by phone, and I spoke to the Deputy Reeve about it also. I was not able to attend the meeting because I was with my grandchildren. At this point, no action was taken by my neighbor. About a month ago, I received another letter from the county regarding the same property to be rezoned residential. At this time, I had the Millers over. They had called me a couple times, and I was up and I was away. So we walked through the property. Their last tower, their last wheel of the pivot, encroaches onto my property about, I don't know, six feet or so, plus the end gun. And I proposed a land swap with them to leave the fence as is, build a berm so that their pivot wheel doesn't dig down so much, but leave the fence as is and just do a land swap of I would incorporate that corner and keep mine agriculture, and I just use it for grazing. It is 2.37 acres, so I would just add it to my operation. If they had come to me earlier, I could have saved them a lot of money and expense. I am still willing to work with them to resolve things and make it a win situation. The dugout on my property and theirs presents a safety concern, especially for children, if there's children in the new residence. Council has previously stopped a redesignation residential land base on similar terms, and the said land base is southwest 20-20, 14 of 4, west of 4, subparcel 1102. And it was B. Burke. By allowing this particular residential development, the municipality is creating unsafe conditions that could be life-threatening. The municipality has set for itself a goal of, in 2023, to preserve agriculture lands. The proposed rezoning would result in 2.37 acres of agriculture land, where I would incorporate it into mine and it would stay at agriculture. A decrease in property value is a big concern of mine, as the area is predominantly agriculture, all around. Because I am now the sole breadwinner, as my husband passed in 2022, I can't afford the decrease in property value, nor can I afford the liability. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your presentation this morning. I'll just offer, are there any questions of clarification from council for Mrs. Christman this morning? Go ahead, Ellen, please.
Just to reiterate again, or just to question, so the NRCB is okay with another acreage moving into the area of the confined feeding operation?
Pardon me?
For staff.
That's a question for staff.
For staff.
The NRCB has a minimum separation distance for when CFOs are locating in an area. So their determination is based on the CFO location and not where the residential properties are. So the NRCB doesn't have any policy or bylaws, I guess, or acts that they follow for residential development.
Yeah, I think those clarifications can actually be settled with council later with staff when we consider the question. Actually, at this point, if there's questions for clarification from Mrs. Christman, that's what we're inviting at this point. Neil, do you have a question?
Yeah, the new landowner actually gives up his right to complain anyway if they build within the CFO. But the one thing you both have in common is that dugout, and you both said that you cooperate. Like, my big concern is that thing gets filled in and no kids go in it, and you're both free and clear with it, because it's just it's useless right now.
I would.
Go ahead, Lois. Yeah.
I would want, if this goes through, I want my part of the dugout where the fence is wrong filled in. I would insist on that because that's on my property, and if something happens, I'm just as liable as that acreage owner. So I would insist that the part of where the fence is, that the property line be made right. And yes, they have an easement for their pivot to go around, but the fence can be redone and those little cattle guard things can be put on and the property line can be made right.
Yeah, and I think those details will be the responsibility of the landowners to work out too, and I think that's in place. So are there any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for your presentation this morning, Lois, and thank you. At this point, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? Go ahead, Dan, come to the... Yeah, absolutely, and state your name so everybody knows you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Plummer. I'm brother to Lois Crispin. I have absolutely no skin in this game, except I'd like to just put in my 2 cents just because I like to hear myself talk once in a while. So I came apprised of this situation not very long ago, and I really never paid attention to Lois's situation or the place until I walked around helping her put in some irrigation pipe this summer. And what I saw was that little slough there that the pivot goes through but does not, there's no farm land, or it's not farmed, it's just lowland. I figured that if the farmer who was farming that, and I just put myself in that position, I just do a little dirt work there and move Lois's fence over so it didn't, well, actually, I just tear it down to do the dirt work because the fence, to my mind, is in the right place. It doesn't disturb the pivot at all. But with a little dirt work, that whole slough could be farmed because I believe the water naturally runs through her little pasture and goes into the road ditch and across the road. So when this subdivision came up, first of all, I said to my sister, you don't want any neighbors right outside your kitchen window because it's going to devalue your place because of the pond there. You can't afford the liability of somebody wandering in and drowning in your pond or getting kicked by a horse or run over by a cow. I said, why don't you talk to the Millers and do a little land swap and move your property line on that north-south boundary 30 feet in, about where the fences are, and just put a corner post just on the south side of the tree line and include that big pond and come over to where they're thinking of subdividing, and you just buy that piece off them. You could add it to your pasture and take care of the neighbor problem because there wouldn't be any. It would be yours. And so that was presented to him. I hope that will come to fruition. But the question I have, I don't know if the county can answer or not. If a subdivision was put there, is the EID legal bound to provide irrigation water to a new residence in that situation?
I don't think we can answer those questions. Okay. And I mean,
well, I'm going to assume after the brownout that we had this summer and the water shortage scare that the EID would be kind of skeptic on putting new deliveries to residences.
Yeah, that's possible, but that's not our question this morning.
I'm just asking. I'm just thinking from a big picture standpoint.
Yeah.
So that could be a problem for the Millers if they get it deemed residential. Mm-hmm. How it would be a selling point.
And probably
everyone wants to irrigate their little piece of heaven.
A discussion that you can have with the Millers too, I would suggest.
Yep,
so, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any questions for me?
Anybody have questions? I don't think so. Thanks,
okay.
Dan. Okay. At this point, is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Go ahead. Come on up, Bonnie. Introduce yourself and welcome. Thanks for coming.
I'm Bonnie Sprague. We live in the house on the north side of Township Road 212. We have a confined feeding operation for free-range pigs that's been in place since 2007. We didn't quite have enough information for ourselves when we saw this letter 2 weeks ago. It just had a portion of 134 acres, and so we didn't know quite how big it was and what the potential for housing is. We're like, we can't have 15 houses put into. So some of the answers have been given this morning, so I understand better what's happening. The question still exists at a council level, and that's why we wrote the letter, was if confined feeding operations have to stick to minimum distances and we can't get approved and we can't get changes made unless we meet all the conditions, then the conditions change after that. Like, somewhere there's got to be information shared between NRCB and county planning so that these kinds of subdivisions get scrutinized because of the CFOs that were there first. It's more a strategic decision as opposed to this specific one. Because one house and a full quarter away, to me, makes, there's not going to be a problem, but it's still a decision being made as to is a rural residential site going to be subdivided in the middle of a CFO minimum distance. Because that could come back on hundreds of applications in the next 20 years. So that's it. It's more the philosophical level at that point that we wanted to make sure that the council was 100% aware of a subdivision is being made in a minimum distance, and whether that should be approved on principle or not.
Okay, thanks for that, Bonnie. Are there questions for clarification for Bonnie's presentation, not of the details related? Okay, go ahead.
So when you were approved as a CFO, why did they want that minimum distance? What was the reason they gave you?
To mitigate nuisance complaints on flies, odors, noise. Yeah, like on those, the general problems associated with confined feeding operations. We're small enough. It was just a registration. It wasn't an approval. We never felt like it was going to be a problem when we first put it through as a confined feeding operation. It took us a year of paperwork back and forth to get it approved because of the opposition from all the neighbors. And I certainly, even though I'd like to say something a mile away and only one house is not actually going to make a difference in this specific situation, we had nothing but trouble trying to get a confined feeding operation for something that we thought was going to be basic and really not offensive to anybody living around us. We're like, nobody knows we've got pigs already just because we have to put this piece of paperwork in, and we had to do that. So it's definitely at the strategic decision planning that we'd like to.
Thanks, Bonnie. We appreciate that. I think that you've answered the questions. I appreciate your presentation this morning. Thank you. Neil?
Just one question for Maria. When those
let's deal with those after, when we're considering the question. We're just hearing from the public at this point.
Okay.
We'll have opportunity to ask questions of staff with regard to the details after lunch. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they should hear it.
Okay, go ahead.
When they forfeit the rights, is that registered on title so that the person who buys the property after he resells it, 50 years down the road, that is a caveat on that title that they cannot complain about the CFO across the road?
Go ahead, Maria.
It's not. And actually, the NRCB did say that if they wanted to expand, they would have to prove that that residence was developed after the CFO. So that is on the operator of the feedlot to make sure that they can prove that. It's not on title.
Right,
This
it
is the
isn't
short
on title.
answer.
It's a matter of keeping track of records of times and circumstances, eh? Okay, thank you. Any other, okay, at this point, if the applicant wishes to come and make any further comments with regard to what you've heard this morning, you're invited to do that. Rob, if you want to, is there anything else you want to bring forward?
No, nothing new. I'd like to bring
Okay.
all day, but I think everything was put on the table.
No, thank you, I appreciate that. Excuse me. With that, we'll close this public hearing. If there's nothing else, no one else has anything to raise, we'll close the public hearing. Motion to move out of public hearing would be in order. Holly? All in favor that we move out of public hearing? That's carried, thank you. With that, I will adjourn for lunch and council will reconvene about 1 o'clock, please. Thank you. this meeting back to order. Let's go.
Lane? Both.
We are, if we pick it up again at 8.1, I mean, we could go down further and come back to 8.1, but we might as well deal with 8.1, which is bylaws. Yeah, Maria and Lane will be here right away. To speak or to?
Yeah, just say, no, she doesn't want to speak.
No, okay.
I just want to make a comment.
Yeah.
I'll just-
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a clue where this is going. Pardon me? Yeah, I told.
Putting the pivot up
Yeah.
and having the road closed later.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. Okay, let's call this meeting to order. There, we'll get serious about this. Okay, we're on item number 8.1, Bylaw 2062-23, which we just heard about from the public hearing, but the question is second and third reading, and I think that we've had some discussion around this, so there may be some questions with regard to procedure and land use classification and that kind of thing. So are there any questions about anything that we've discussed? I guess, go ahead, Lynette, please.
I would just like a bit of clarification on the size, like, and what you're allowed to do with sizes and like size of subdivision and the classifications, I guess, on those sizes.
Go ahead, Maria, please.
So had this subdivision been 3 acres or more, MPC could have approved it without the land use designation. But the subdivision authority bylaw has some policy that is historical, and there's other reasons that has been moved into the subdivision authority bylaw that states that the second parcel out of a quarter section has to be between 3 and 7 acres. So because this proposal was less than 3 acres, and because of where that dugout is situated, they didn't have the option to add that extra 0.6 acres that they needed. They went the route of the land use amendment so that it would become residential. So that's the reason that this came to council.
So just a follow-up to that question, the question that comes to my mind with regard to that. So if it had been 3 acres, that could have remained as ag gen, and they could still build on it if they wanted to? The same as you know, multiple units? Go ahead, please.
If it would have been 3 acres or more, then it would stay agriculture general district.
Right.
And then they would follow those guidelines in the land use bylaw, so they could one dwelling is a permitted use, and they could have up to 4, the other 3 as a discretionary use. So they could have up to 4 houses on that parcel.
Which implies that after the first one, they'd come back to council for approval for those that discretionary use, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
To MPC, it would be MPC's decision for the additional.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
right. Wouldn't come to council. It would be MPC.
Right.
Excuse me. Thank you. Do you have information on the CFO, the NRCB's setback for CFOs and that kind of thing? What are they typically? What's the circle or the boundary around them that's typically the affected area?
I have a little bit of information. So the NRCB follows the Agriculture Operating Practices Act. So that act has this MDS, minimum distance separation, and that distance is a formula that's based on the number of animals, the type of animals, whether manure held in the facility is liquid or solid, and the municipal land zoning and type of residential development in the area. So those distances really are site specific. And then the NRCB, just those distances are only for the development of a confined feeding operation or the expansion. When it comes to residential development, that is not in the purview of the NRCB.
Okay. Thank you. Dadina and then Holly, please. Oh, why is that funny?
Because usually I put my hand up first and then you go to her first, but she put her hand up first and you came to me. That's why it was funny.
Okay.
All right, just to clarify. So right now that subdivision isn't big enough. And so if it were defeated today, they could go back, fill in that dugout, and then change the size of the subdivision and reapply? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Holly, please.
At the very end of what you said, you made a comment about the NRCB and residential, but I didn't quite catch it. Could you just explain that to me?
Go ahead.
The NRCB has no regulations for where a house or a residence is being developed. So if this house or this subdivision is being developed within that MDS that's part of AOPA, they have no jurisdiction, I guess, to stop that residential parcel happening. They only have the ability to permit confined feeding operations. So it's just the one way, not both ways.
Thank you. Go ahead. Follow up.
So if the confined feeding operation that is in this area, if they want to increase their size, how will having more residences affect their application to expand?
Go ahead, Maria, please.
That's a good question. So according to the NRCB, so let's use Sprague's as an example. If they want to expand, they would have to get a waiver signed from any residences within that MDS if they were developed prior to the CFO. So if they can prove that a house was built in 2023 and they had their original permit in 2007, then that house, they do not require to get a waiver from that residential property. It's only anything that was there prior to the confined feeding operation.
Okay, thank you. And excuse me, whether it's built on a rural residential or rural ag gen really won't bear on it at all, right?
No, it goes on the use, so the house, regardless of the zone.
Sure, thank you. And Neil?
Yeah, I think we have to be careful with these because actually Dan Plummer gave me the idea. as the farms, it becomes harder and harder to buy farm ground. So there's more people living on the same ground. If this was a farmer across the road who had a kid or daughter or son that just got married and they want their own house, which makes total sense other than dad owning everything, we'd grant this because it makes sense. But because it's an acreage owner and we don't know who's going to move in there, we're questioning it. So if we set the precedent of being really tight on these ones, there's a ton of farm yards out there where grandma and grandpa might want to subdivide their stuff out right close to a feedlot, and we'll be inhibiting the private property rights of a lot of people. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Holly.
I understand completely where you're coming from, Neil. It's a really tight line, but it also says in here that we're not supposed to inhibit or negatively impact agriculture. So it's that really careful balance of which is which, and being that Sprague's have had any confined feeding operation has issues with neighbors. We've had people come in complaining about CFOs, other ones. So I'm on the side I understand, but I think we need to be careful protecting agriculture as well. So,
just for further understanding and clarification, suppose that the subdivision that we're considering was not there, so that it was still part of the 137 acre agriculture parcel. The owner of that could come and build a residence on that space with pre-approval, basically, right? It wouldn't come to us. It would come to there would be a permit that would be approved automatically. Is that correct?
Yes, any agricultural parcel has the ability to build one dwelling as a permitted use. So essentially that's a use by right. And then they have the ability to have more at the discretion of MPC.
Right. So consider that when we think about precedent and where we're headed with this. Just to say that there could be, had there not been a subdivision, there could be a house going on that property without any consideration of ours whatsoever on the same space. Okay, Dan?
Just that I'm sure I got my head around it. We're changing the land use bylaw to allow them to make a subdivision less than the standard 3 acres right now. I'm not approving whether or not they can subdivide or what they can build or if they can build. We're just changing the bylaws so that they can have a smaller size. Is that right?
Go ahead, Maria.
That's correct. MPC already approved the subdivision. A condition of that subdivision because of the size is that the land use amendment needs to change to residential.
Right. Okay, that's clear. We are on item number 8.1, which looks for second and third reading of bylaw 2062-23. Is there a question? Holly, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we could look at having a policy in place if something is being developed in a proximity to a CFO, that it be added to the planning so we could be aware of that, because I think this is an issue that may arise again. I don't know the process for that, but if that's a possibility.
Maria, please.
There is the option to include policy either in the land use bylaw or the municipal development plan to restrict or suggest that residences aren't constructed within a certain proximity of CFOs. And if council wishes to explore that, then we could definitely open that up and start another bylaw, I suppose.
Okay, thank you, but a separate issue from what we're dealing with today, really. Okay, Dan?
I move we give second reading to this bylaw.
Okay. We have a motion on the table ready for the question. All in favor of approval of the motion to provide second reading, please indicate. Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Let's move to third reading. Is there a motion to consider third reading? Neil? All in favor of the motion to provide third reading, please indicate. Opposed? Okay, that's carried as well. Thank you. Okay, let's move to just a minute. We're down to 11.6, right? Welcome Lane. We're considering 11.6, the sale of property formerly Village of Tilley office and Tilley Oilfield Services. Lane, go ahead, please.
We've had ownership of a couple of properties for quite some time. The one Tilley Oilfield Services property site is actually a tax recovery property that was acquired by the county a number of years ago. It's just outside of the hamlet of Tilley, sandwiched in between the old Highway 1 and the railway tracks. We have had that property listed or offered for sale for a number of years. And the other property, of course, is the former Village of Tilley office, which we acquired in 2013. And that one also has been continuously offered for sale since it was acquired. We have received offers on both properties, and the recommendation is that council approve the offers that have been submitted for the sale of those properties. It would be nice to see them sold.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, does anyone have direction for us with regard to the proposal? Go ahead, Kelly, please.
Good work, first off, and I make a motion to accept the offers as received.
For both the former Village of Tilley
For
office
both
and
properties.
Tilley Oilfield Services? Okay,
If I
thank
can
you.
do it in one motion.
Yeah, I think that's in order. Any further questions or discussion? Adina, please.
Is it the same people buying the two properties? Are you able to tell us or no who it is?
I don't know that it would matter, but yeah, it's the same party.
Okay. Any further questions? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Lane. We're moving to item number 11.7, Electoral Division Boundary Review Survey Results. Our CAO, Mr. Matt Fensky, please.
Yeah, you bet. You know, I'm really pleased with the engagement we received from the community on the survey that went out. Thanks to my team who suggested that we should mail out hard copies. So that went out to rural addresses. Survey was available online. We had 261 responses, if I've got my math right. To put that into perspective, I think last kick at the can, we received 161. So we got pretty good engagement this go around. I imagine everybody has taken a look at the results. It looks to me like there's a mandate for council to proceed with redistributing the population. 61, just about 62% were in favor, 38% against. You can look at the spread of those who were in favor. You were weighted pretty heavily towards 7 councillors, 119 favor that, 15 for 9, and 27 to keep it at 10. So when I look at these numbers, if I add the 100 who say no, don't do anything, and the 27 with 10, you're coming right down the middle. So I don't know that there's an obvious direction coming out of the results for council. You've got some who prefer 10 and some who would prefer a reduction, and of those who prefer a reduction, heavily to the 7. What administration is recommending here for council today is that we do some work over the next couple of weeks to prepare terms of reference for undertaking this project of redistributing the population. We're not asking council for what does that number look like today? You can sit on it and think on it for a few weeks, and we will make the results public. So I imagine you might hear from a few ratepayers over the next few weeks as we draft the terms of reference for what does the engagement look like, what's the number of divisions we will base the redistribution on. As part of the process, what does it look like? Do we want to have open houses? Do we want to go to the extent of also holding a public hearing, which is over and above? Some of the things county learned from the last go around is that engagement is important. There was a demand for open houses. So those are some of the things that we will incorporate into a draft terms of reference and get it in front of you for that first meeting in December. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Matt. Are there questions or comments? Neil, go ahead.
Could you include in your information several different options for where the boundaries are? Because the main question I had, even from some people that voted to realign, was that they would really like to know where they were going to end up by the time the cookies crumbled as far as redistribution goes. And the main concern with them was, with most of the farmers in my area, and even some of the acreage people, was that the urbanites, like Greg, were going to take control of us rural people. And I don't think that's, I think urbanites just want a voice. I don't think they're out to take control. But if we had those electoral maps, it would really help better to explain. And I'm in favor of a reduction, but it would give me a lot more in my arsenal to support this.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Matt? Go ahead.
Yeah, so absolutely, that would be part of the terms of reference. And I will remind council, there is an infinite number of potential maps that could be created. One of the things we're going to have you pin down is how many iterations will be created. So whether it's 2 versions, 3, 4, 5, 20, please not 20. Let's be in like the ballpark of 3 or 4, and what that number will be based on. So yeah, what it will look like will be drafted. Part of the process will be at what point do you want to engage the public on comments for the maps. We'll probably propose that we review with council first and make some adjustments, and then after we've got that, we go out to the public, have a couple of open houses, rub shoulders with our neighbors, get their 2 bits, and if there's any significant changes that council thinks need to be made out of that public engagement, we make them and then read it into an updated bylaw.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Have a follow-up, Neil?
Yeah, just a question for either Kelly or Matt. I've got a little bit of information from 2 former councillors. Did the former council actually want to do this down to 7, or what was their direction? Where were they shooting when they got this whole thing started?
Matt, you might have perspective on that.
Yeah, the bylaw which was quashed by the courts was for 7.
Okay, thanks. Lynette, please.
Is there still a map of the 9 anywhere? Because on the county website, you can pull up the 7, the proposed 7, but was there ever a 9?
Go ahead, Matt.
There were all kinds of iterations. There's lots of maps. What administration will be proposing is we're starting fresh. We're not going back. We're not resurrecting old maps. We're starting fresh. We'll likely recommend that you work within the maximum range allowable, the plus minus 25%. The previous kick at the can tried to minimize the variance between divisions, which really restricts your ability to keep communities together. That was something else we heard last time, as there is a perception that changing electoral division boundaries has an impact on community, and whether that's real or imagined, it's an important piece to keep in mind. If it's what people are thinking, then it's a reality. So we'd be looking at one of the terms of reference administration would propose is that you minimize the impact to the existing boundaries. So whatever we can do to kind of keep things looking relatively the same, we'll do that. That's easier to achieve with 9, or 7's going to be more difficult, like because you have a larger population. And for the Gems, the Basanos, Rolling Hills, and Scandia area, you have to start reaching inward. So you can chew on what the number looks like, and we'll get you some of our ideas next meeting, and you can feel free to edit and send us on a course of action.
Just for further clarification with regard to one of the previous questions, the fact that the previous initiative was turned back was a procedural matter, not anything to do with the size or the shape of the proposal. It was procedural. So go ahead, Holly.
Just in terms of a process then, Matt, when we come back in December, it's just going to be asking us what numbers you want us to look at, and from there you will take that and begin to draft maps. Is that correct? Do I have that? And just for your thing, it was procedural overturned, but the people were upset about the way it was distributed. So it was an issue with the 7. So it went procedural, but there was a lot of issues with the way the divisions were divided up. So it was kind of both, I would say, Arno.
Yeah, in terms of people's concerns, I understand that, but in terms of it being overturned, it was procedural. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? I don't think we need to, this isn't an RFP, or is it? Yeah, okay. Pardon me? Oh, so Matt, maybe just summarize.
Yeah, so the recommended option here is that administration prepare a draft terms of reference for a process leading to the equitable redistribution of the county's population between a reduced number of electoral divisions, and further that the draft terms of reference be presented for council's consideration during the December 7th, 2023 council meeting, when council will have the opportunity to debate and specify the number of council positions which the redistribution will be based upon.
Okay, thank you. Dan, please. Thanks, Dan. Matt.
I'd move that.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 11.8, letter of support for the Newell Housing Foundation Continuing Care Capital Grant Program application. Matt, please.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. So Newell Housing Foundation CAO Sasha Lowen has been working closely with John Brown Architect, the Brenda Strafford Foundation out of Calgary, as well as Amanda Davis, Town of Bassano CAO, working on an application to the Provincial Continuing Care Capital Grant Program for new construction of a mixed-use, independent and supportive living seniors facility in Bassano. Council is familiar with the Bassano project proper. This would be a small step forward in accomplishing the goal of enabling seniors in that region to age in place. So what we're asking council to consider today is, one, providing a letter of support for that application to go in, and secondly, for council to consider as part of that letter a commitment to consider funding up to 25% of the project costs by issuing a loan to the Newell Housing Foundation. Now, to be clear, there has been no motion made by the board of the Housing Foundation. It's not a certainty that they would ask for it. It's not a certainty that they would only ask for 25%. The strategy here is to show the province that the region has some skin in the game. strengthen the application as it goes in. Best case scenario, the province loves the idea and they bankroll the whole thing. But there is precedent in the county where the county has previously issued a loan to the Housing Foundation, and that is repaid over time through an increase in the requisition back to the partner municipalities. I have provided for council in the RFD what an estimated impact would be for project costs, and I will also advise don't get anchored to the dollar number that's in the RFD. It's likely gonna increase. But as an example, if the project costs were 6.25 million and you backstopped a loan for 25% or 1.56 million, you'd be looking at annual payments on that debt of 129,000 and change. The County of Newell is the largest share who contributes to the requisition that we receive from the Housing Foundation at 71%. So that would mean we would go to our ratepayers for another $92,000 a year to help make that payment on the debt. And you can see the impact to the other communities. We're well within our debt limits to be able to facilitate that. The loan that was backstopped previously was $9 million, and that facilitated the Newbrook Lodge project.
Great, right?
Yeah. So that's in front of you for consideration. You have the architectural package, which was hot off the press this morning with an update. Looks like a really great project for the community. Really cool technology in those units that architect John Brown has put together.
Go ahead, Lynette, and then Dan.
I was just looking for a bit of an explanation on the Brenda Stafford Foundation and what they have to do with the whole thing, and do they have some skin in this game as well, or what are they for?
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Brenda Stafford Foundation has acted in an advisory role. So Connection Flats, this development would offer SL3 and 4 level of care, which is outside of Newell Housing Foundation's current wheelhouse. So they've really been an advisor to Newell Housing Foundation through the process. I know they've assisted Sasha with preparing an estimate of operating costs for the facility because they have some insight into what staffing needs to look like. So yeah, largely advisory. They will not be operating the facility. They're just kind of holding some hands as we get this application together.
Okay, thank you. Dan, please.
Don't really understand all of this with the loans and whatnot. You say it's a loan, but then the ratepayers pay it back. Do they pay it back through an increased tax, or is that okay?
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit of back and forth, right? So the MGA empowers the county to issue a loan or guarantee a loan for a not-for-profit. So if the foundation were to approach the county and say, will you backstop a loan, we would prepare a bylaw for council to consider at that time. We would borrow from the loans to local authority at the provincial level. So we chew up some of our debt capacity. We borrow, we issue that cash to the Newell Foundation. The Newell Foundation on an annual basis requisitions an amount to support their operations. They get to decide what that looks like, and we tack that rate onto ratepayers' tax notice. County, for the longest time while I was here, we were throwing about $900,000 at the foundation while we were paying off that $9 million loan for Newbrook Lodge. 2018 is when Newell Foundation paid that off. Our requisition has dropped. I think we are around $400,000. So we've had a few years of a reduced requisition for our ratepayers. This would increase it by a bit, but yeah. Largely, the county's on the hook for 71% of the repayment over time. Brooks, around 25%, Bassano, 2%, Dutchess, 2%, and Rosemary, a 0.5% for the repayment. And that formula is based on equalized assessment.
Okay, thanks, Matt. That's clear. Neil had a question, and then Kelly, please.
Yeah, just by the looks of these drawings, I think this is a really cool project we could get into that actually puts some boots on the ground for not all that much money. And the other thing, when we talked to the Premier the other day, this project is the one that got her the most excited. She told her guys, let's get down there, let's have a look at these things. So I'm totally, and every one of these, it does more than what you just said. Every time somebody moves into this thing, their house becomes empty. So we're doing economic development. Might cost us a little bit of money, but it's spreading all over the county and all over the area. So,
okay, thanks for raising that, Neil. I was going to mention that as well because we weren't all in those meetings and hadn't had a chance to talk about them, but certainly the Premier was very excited about this project and interested in it.
She even liked it more than CDC.
Matt and I also had a meeting with the seniors minister or housing minister, Jason Nixon, and he was also very interested in coming down to Calgary and wanting to meet us there to take a look at it. So I think the time is right to move on this. I like this proposal because it provides us an opportunity to take a lead on this and try to get something done. So Kelly, you had a comment.
Yeah, what's missing for me, and I want to point out to everybody, is that the town of Bassano has skin in the game. They're providing the serviced lots to provide this opportunity. So they are in as well as what the requisition would be for the town over and above. So I just wanted to point that piece out in support of this project. It's been a long time in the works, reiterations and changes, alterations, but good things come down the road. So I'm in favor of this motion.
Okay, so are you proposing the motion?
I would make that a motion.
Okay, I would accept that. I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Matt. Joint municipal reading. Ariana, please. You've got some questions for us, right?
Yeah, so this is you discussed and provided some agenda items during the October 19th meeting. I believe the date's changed and it's on Saturday, December 16th now. But yeah, just looking if you have additional agenda items to add. The previous ones are in the RFD. That's all.
Okay, Holly, please. Thanks, Ariana.
I'm just wondering if you should add the Bassano, the one we just talked about on here, since everyone there may not be up to date. Sorry, connections.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything else that you want to add? Neil?
Yeah, joint services, we talked, John wanted to bring up policing, and then we decided we should each go back to our respective councils. I don't mind bringing up an information gathering policing question, but I don't think our councils should take a side one way or the other, whether we want RCMP or our own police. Just stay out of that, get the information, find out what's coming down the tube, and support he was actually going to talk to you about which one you wanted to make the pitch. And they're going to talk to their councillors to make sure everybody's on the same page with this thing, because it can get a little more political than we maybe want to get into right now.
Yeah, and there is a procedure. Matt, maybe you can outline the procedure. There is a grant for a study that is available through the province, and that was discussed, I would say, informally with various groups at RMA. So maybe, Matt, you can cover some of what the thinking was on that.
Yeah, I just reiterate that. I think the idea is, and what we heard at RMA from the RCMP commanding officer, is the RCMP is not interested in getting out of community policing, but they're not the ones who ultimately are going to decide. That's going to be up to federal counterparts. The community policing contract ends in 9 years, if I remember right. So the province has proactively provided a grant program where you can apply for funding to have the study completed for your region. I think it would be a good topic for that intermunicipal meeting because all counselors, if they've accepted the invitation, will be there. And you can have a pretty informal conversation about whether, as a region, there's general support to proceed with the study. And as Councillor Newell indicated, it would be just information gathering at this point. It is not a statement for or against RCMP providing community policing or in favor of moving away from that. It is, I think, proactively looking at gathering the information to see what that would look like, if it would even make any sense. Grand Prairie has gone that route, and they've looked at shifting out of the RCMP, providing that community policing service over time. So there are communities that are looking at it. It's nice when the province provides some funding to get the study done, and likely worth a conversation with your peers.
And it is available to us. And like I said, we had informal conversations, and I stress informal conversations with City of Brooks representatives too, to say that it should be as our current police services, Brooks Newell regional consideration about that. And given the fact that what's our budget for policing, almost 900,000 this year, and the City of Brooks is what, 5-6 million. There's enough money on the table that it behooves us, I think, to be informed about what the options are. Go ahead.
Yeah, will we apply for this grant with the city, with Dutchess, with Pisano, or as an area grant, or do we do our own and Brooks does their own?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in my mind, I mean, that's a question to be answered. The project would be more effective if there was general support from all the municipalities to sort it out. So I don't know if there's an allotment from the province where each community can get 30 grand, so we all need to apply for it jointly and get whatever that works out to, but we'll look into those details. I think it needs to be a joint initiative. There will be one municipality that kind of leads the charge on the project, but we need to have partners coming along.
And that's probably where it makes sense to discuss it at the joint municipal meeting in December. So yeah, that's good. Anything else we want to add to that agenda? Kelly, please. Yeah.
Say was on already? Okay. I'm wondering if we don't need to have a conversation about positions again. We are lacking in all our community, in Brooks and Bassano. And so we are recruiting again. I don't think it's a bad thing to, I don't know, or is it done? I mean, we've got our welcome package in place. Maybe we don't need to. Healthcare is on everybody's mind. Right now, we're getting people inundating the laboratory in Bassano because they're having difficulty advancing services here in Brooks in a timely manner. Not that services are not available, but in a timely manner. So I don't know, is there a conversation there, or just let Alberta Health Services work through this? I think that's where I talked myself right out of the. Yeah.
I think it's on joint. It's on the regular joint services agendas, isn't it? So in that respect, I
it
think
is.
it's
So it is
there.
being
Yeah.
discussed.
And I think there are some advances being made. Even yesterday, I think there was an announcement with regard to facilitating nurse practitioner services in the province, which I think we've known for a long time has potential to alleviate some of the backlog, but that'll also take some time. But is that, you're good with that? I think, yeah, okay. Neil?
Yeah, that just reminded me, that comment, there's a little bit of traction behind this one clinic model, which would involve the whole area, whether that's a topic of discussion for that night. Like, it's a long ways off, and it's Matt might be able to comment on that a little bit more, but it's brought up every meeting at Joint Services, and there is a little pot boiling underneath it trying to get it going. It's going to take a lot of community involvement. Like, this is a mega project, but I don't know.
Well, and I think that one too, one of the things that has to fall into place is professional agreement to that being a priority. And I wonder if, looking at who will have an attendance at that meeting, maybe there's other things that we could maybe get more traction on, or I mean, they could be raised, but yeah, does that, I think it could fall under the same, yeah.
They're not on board, nothing happens.
Right, yeah. Okay, anything else? Seeing none, we've got a list. Ariana, sounds good. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 11.1, Councillor Payment Sheets. Is there a motion, any questions or a motion of to accept that? Oh boy.
I'll give it to Adina.
Okay, Adina, please.
Exact same timing of the grant.
I will make that motion.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Requests for functions of council. Lynette, please.
I just wanted to clarify one. If we had actually ever talked about the grand openings for the fire halls.
Those were discussed, and both may be functions of council.
Okay. Go ahead, Holly.
I'd like to motion that the 2024 Alberta Irrigation Districts Association Conference in Lethbridge be made a function of council, attendance of that.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Kelly, please.
I'd like to ask consideration to council. The Reeve and I have been invited to a meeting Friday night at the Pisano Library hosted by CBC Radio. It's a meeting of local decision makers, and the conversation is fairly vague at this point, but I would like to, I mean, it's only probably going to be an hour and a half, I suspect, but I do want to draw attention to the fact that we are going and that maybe it's outside of my divisional work. That's my ask.
Okay. Holly, please.
That sounds very interesting, kind of vague. Must be a little bit more than that, isn't it? It's just they wanted municipal leaders for conversation, CBC.
Well, I think a little bit more information. I got a call probably after Kelly did. It's David Perlich, whose family has operated in the Lethbridge area for some time. He's with CBC out of Calgary. He's done one of these in Lethbridge. It's off the record. It isn't. They're not trying to write a story, but they're trying to understand what's happening in the community. So it'll be a broad cross-section of community invitees. I don't know who else he's invited, but he's invited quite a number of people for basically a roundtable discussion on what's happening in rural Alberta. And from that, they potentially end up writing some stories or identify some things that might be stories of interest for rural Alberta. I think it's worth going to. We were invited, and so I think we'll go. And so the question is whether it's a function of council. Neil.
I think it's a definite function of council, and I think more than one of you should go.
Well, we're both skeptical.
Cool. No, that's what you just described is what we run around trying to do every day.
Yeah, yeah, no, and yeah, he's got a rural perspective in mind, which might be a little bit unique in his organization, which is good. Yeah. Ellen, please.
Would you like a motion for a function of council? I'll make that motion.
Okay. All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Kelly.
If I could just add one piece to that conversation is that it's totally off the record, and so we'll be able to express ourselves in any way for or against the topic on the table. So I think it'll be interesting, and I'm glad to have the REEB present. Happy to have the REEB.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for functions of council? Seeing none, we'll move on. Oh, Neil.
Yeah, on that AIDA, I'd really encourage you guys to, as many of us as can, go to that, because that board appreciated us being there last year. And this water thing, I'm the old broken record, but that is the most important licensed piece of paper in this county. And if we're going through a dry fall, which we are, maybe a dry winter, next year will be our disaster year, and EID will be front and center of it. So any support we can give those guys, the better.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Holly, sorry.
Just in addition to that, Neil, Margot said the title or the topics discussed will focus on drought. So that is also very timely for this council.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to item number 12.1, Municipal Services Business. Our Director of Municipal Services, Mr. Mark Harbert. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think being that we're just about at the end of November and this is the October report, I'll keep your time short and just ask if there are any questions of my report or anything current going on in November.
Any questions for Mark? Good report.
Life is good.
Yeah.
Just a motion
Okay.
to accept. Please.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to accept the report as presented? Thanks, Dan. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. We have committee reports. We have no post-agenda items. What else do we have here? I think committee, oh, right, sorry, thank you. I was looking at this. Committee reports, joint services, Greg.
Thank you. Okay, so we met just on Tuesday, and I sent out some notes and the agenda and package to you this morning. Apologize for the late response to that, as it was just on Tuesday. So just some highlights from that meeting. Newell Energy gave us a presentation on converting old well sites to solar, and it came across as being really a good presentation and a no-brainer. A lot of the work is already done on these sites as far as getting them for preparation and getting them to the grid easily. So we're going to see more and more of these maybe popping up in our area. There's a lot of land out there that have old oil and gas sites on that actually would work really well for solar installations. They would be small installations compared to what we've been facing. They're what is it, 1 megawatt plants versus 50, 60. So they're and more. So it looks like a really good business for them, and we'll be seeing these down the pipe. Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Just one stat that caught my attention in his presentation was 2 to 5 acre site equals 1 megawatts, will run 200 homes. Think about that. I thought it was profound.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked a little bit about doctor recruitment and retention, and it seems like this comes up at all of our meetings. But there's a group of doctors. They're forming I guess it's a group that they would like to see some of our local politicians to be a part of. They've approached the county and the city, the mayor and Reeve, for to come and sit on their board or committee, and it's basically designed for doctor recruitment by the doctors themselves. So we found this was quite encouraging. Now, we don't know if it's going to be specific to one clinic or whether it's all the clinics. I'm thinking it's all the clinics, but we'll know more and more as looks like a delegation has been requested to come and speak at the next joint services. Another highlight is, of course, we always talk about the one clinic model concept, and there is a fella from RHPAP that has been working on this, giving some information to communities that are maybe looking at this model. It's something that we've asked them to come and talk. It's a free thing, so it doesn't cost us any money, which is nice. But he'll be presenting at the next joint services, so that gives us a little bit more information on the one clinic model. Economic development, the report is there. There's one highlight there that there's an NRED grant funding. I don't know what the acronym means, but it is a provincial grant, if I'm correct. And it's it goes out to municipalities that qualify anywhere from $20,000 to $200,000 and dollars. And the application needs to be in by mid-December, and we as a joint services said, yeah, we've got something on the go right now that needs additional funding, and that's the Kinbrook Connection Pathway. So we advised that the application needs to highlight that, because that fits in pretty well exactly to what we've approved and need money for. Budget, we approved the budget for 2024 for joint services with no increase in funding from either the county or the city of Brooks. Now, because of a grant that was there was $100,000 in surplus this year. So there was discussion on what to do with that $100,000, and it was decided by joint services that this funding would go towards special projects that will come up in the upcoming year. We did have the journalists that we did last year. We had to come into the municipality specifically for funding for that. We have a bit of money there for these specialty projects, and I know Neil and Kelly has indicated that, yeah, special projects are one of those things that really highlight our community. So we have some money in the bank to work on that stuff. The next thing is that we have a new chair, which is Mohammed Idris from the city, and a new vice chairperson, which is Mr. Neil Johnson from the county. So congratulations, Neil, and I know you do an awesome job. And that's my report.
Okay, thank you. Just a question with regard to money left on the table at the end of the year. I think that should, and you talked about special projects. I would encourage we put that money to work for us. It's not gaining much in interest. It needs to go to work for.
Well, the options were, yeah, the options were, do we use it for special projects or do we send it back to the municipalities? And that's a really tough decision. is one that we mulled over a bit.
Yeah, and I'm
So-
not suggesting you just spend the money because it's there, but I think continue to look for strong projects that put that money to work and return dollars to us. So I know that's what you're there for too, so that's good. Neil?
Yeah, that's what we need. We haven't got one of those strong projects right yet, but it's in somebody's head. And if you've got anything, we have to at least match what we did last year, if not do a little bit better. And like we're searching for we'll know the real good project when we get it, but it hasn't come up yet. But any tours, anything, don't be shy with them because we need your help.
Okay, thanks, Neil. And any other questions for Joint Services? Holly, please. No?
I was just going to mention leaving money in the pot. The only problem with doing that is then people have a tendency to think, oh, we have money, we should spend it. And it's not always the best project. So have to really try to find something outstanding. And that's pretty hard to do some days, but yeah.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Kelly?
I just wanted to thank Greg for chairing the joint services on county's behalf over the past year. You did a great job.
Agreed. Thank you. Thanks, Greg. Let's move on to Newell Recycling Association. Lynette, please.
At RMA, they had a presentation on extended producer responsibility, which is what all recycling facilities are going to be looking at to keep them rolling. It basically is trying to get the people who produce the packaging to be responsible for what happens to it afterwards. They call themselves producer responsibility organizations, which are funded by, like, for example, McDonald's or whoever, to deal with the plastics and such. It still seems quite unclear how all the money flows, but other provinces already have some of these things set up, so we'll just keep flowing with it and learn more as we go. But that's what I have for recycling.
Thank you. Any questions? Holly?
At this point, Lynette, is the producers mostly pointing towards chemical, because we have the recycling at the ICI and places like that. Are they looking at all the plastics and how, bale wrap is going to recollect, or how far is that going?
The presentation, or whatever you want to call it, that I saw at RMA was really not dealing with too much of the farm stuff, right? More like, it really sounded like they were even talking about blue box programs, and it's like, that doesn't have much to do with us. So I'm waiting to see where this plays out. So waiting.
Good, thank you. Let's move on to Newell Regional Solid Waste Management Authority. Neil, please.
You've all got the agenda, which is this afternoon. There was one item there asked for a comment on. A calf apparently choked to death on a piece of plastic. It's in your emails too. That blew across the highway onto EID grazing. EID is asking for $2,000 for the calf. The landfill is kind of balking at that. Comments, what do you think we should do? I'm kind of inclined to say the plastic could have come from just about anywhere, but.
Thanks, Neil. Go ahead, Lynette.
Is there insurance to deal with that? Like, is that necessarily something that the landfill authority would directly deal with?
I don't think they ever have before. I'll find out this afternoon if there's insurance, and it's only $2,000. One other comment from Councillor Chrisman was, as a good neighbor, why don't we just pay it? Nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
And further, to learn from it that maybe this is happening and tighten up. Like, I don't just want the checks written out and, oh, we're good now. No, we need to learn from it, that this may be happening at the landfill.
Okay, Dan, please.
As long as the landfill's doing everything within reason to keep the refuse in the landfill, I don't think there's anything we can be held responsible for. Saying that I went to the landfill and dumped some stuff off and got in the middle of a garbage NATO. Literally was picking stuff up from the landfill within the fences and taking it about 100 feet in the air. How could the landfill be responsible for that? And if it blows a piece of plastic out, no one sees that. No one knows what's going to happen. You're not responsible. You did everything you could. You had the fences up. It's not your fault that Mother Nature took some plastic and put it somewhere else and a cow ate it.
That's the attitude that the manager out there is taking. But we thought that some of you might get comments back from users out there. So you're in the loop.
Greg?
Yeah, I think the big thing is that we don't know where that garbage came from. It could have come from the landfill. It could have come from someone's lunchbox at Lakeside. You never know. So it's impossible to admit that you are at fault on that. Also, as far as insurance goes, that'd be a liability if Lakeside was found to be guilty on that, then it would be a liability claim, and no way would you ever claim it. As far as the farmer goes with his cattle on the lease land, they would have to have a carte blanche livestock policy that covers those kind of things. Yeah, or the EID. Yeah. Well, it's grazing land. Those aren't EID cows, are they? No. So it'd be the cow owner that would have his coverage on his own. Yeah.
Very seldom. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think one factor is that the animal was east of the landfill, and we all know how rarely the wind blows, like which direction it goes, right? So it would be unusual.
I'm not clear what you're saying.
If he's saying that it came from JBS.
Oh.
Like
no.
just the way the winds blow, the prevailing winds, right?
Yeah, if it was downwind from the landfill, I think you guys have to decide that, but it's not a big amount of money. I think get it off the books. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say just a response to that whole thing at your board meeting would be, say, tighten up some of your rounds and just make sure that this is not happening.
Yeah.
Right?
And if you had to deal with one every month, then it'd be a different issue. But where it's I don't know. I wouldn't think that somebody came to you with it from the EID. What's the right word? Frivolously. They must have thought there was something to deal with there, and yeah.
Yeah, like I say, for your information, as long as you know, because somebody will get a call. Probably you, Arno.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's off, if you've dealt with it, it'll be a good call. Okay. Let's move on to Brooks Regional Tourism Association. Adina, please. Newell Regional. Yeah.
My report for that is that we had to postpone our meeting due to the Santa Claus parade. So the meeting's today, so I have nothing to report.
Okay. Thank you. Palliser Economic Partnership, Polly, please.
Just a couple of things. The Wild Horse border crossings come up before, and I guess there's interest again coming up on perhaps looking at the White Horse border being made a 24-hour border, since the only one we have is at Coots. Whether that goes anywhere, there's been some interest coming apparently from the government, so that might be taken up by PEP. We'll be looking at that. We finished our strategic planning, and Barb is going to come up with some measurable goals. And Barb, our executive director, was able to go to Japan for about a week on a agriculture trade. She filled in for someone who was planning to go and got sick, so PEP was able to slide her in there, and she said it was a really good trip. Japan is a net food importer. It's Canada's third largest market for ag products. They import 85% of fossil fuels for energy. So she made some really good connections, and she already has gotten some follow-up calls. We're hoping that'll net some good things for the PEP region. That's it.
Good. Did you have a discussion also about study on Highway 36-1 interchange?
So the Highway 36-1 interchange, the county sent a letter to PEP in January saying we were in favor of it. I think what happened was that letter went to Walter, who was then sick, and that letter didn't go anywhere. So I just re-forwarded that letter to Barb because Doug was under the impression we didn't want to do anything, so we're going to try to get that going again.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions for Holly? Seeing none, let's move to Southern Alberta Energy from Waste Association, Neil and Kelly, please.
We have a meeting tomorrow morning at 9. Zoom meeting, the organizational meeting, a strategic meeting that was scheduled for tomorrow has been canceled. So really, there's nothing more to report other than steady as she goes. What do you think, Kelly?
Yeah, my report's in the package.
Right.
Yeah, so if you want a few more details.
I'll just reiterate, Neil, you were at the meeting with the Premier, as was Kelly, Holly and myself. I think the message we got there was strong support for SEWA, and so I don't know what, we've heard mixed messages in terms of energy, human capital and that kind of thing in terms of energy. But I think it might be a good time to raise the bar on that and put some push behind it, because I think our opportunity to see that go forward is probably better than it's been for a while. So, and I think that ties into a number of other initiatives that we might consider. So, good. That's it. Any other questions regarding SEWA? Holly? Pardon me? No, okay, go ahead.
It was actually about Amanda had sent out information on Newell Housing Foundation. And it was more, one of the things that her email included was a vital signs report, which had come out from Southeast Alberta. And it gives all these facts and these reports. So they based it on, I don't know the exact population of the area they're covering, but the report is based on less than 1% of the population responding. And of that 1%, more than 50% was the city of Medicine Hat. So they published these reports. There's such little response. They forgot things like the Champion Center, the Southeast Zone. Their health stuff included, it's a different zone than Southeast Alberta zone when they're talking about health. And the unemployment stats aren't for Southeast Alberta. So some of these reports that we're getting, I just really feel they're not worth the energy they're being put into writing them, because they don't actually reflect our area. So I just was disappointed in that report, and I just wanted to kind of bring that forward.
That's something that can be passed on at the appropriate time. Thank you. Okay, any other comments? We have Ag Connections Conference. Who put that? Oh, that was yesterday's meeting in Medicine Hat. Who's reporting on that?
We all can, as far as I put it on the sheet, but I think I'll kick it off. 6 of us attended from council, and I'm really glad that we did, happy that we did. The event was very well attended by 300 delegates, Ag Service Board members, councillors, ratepayers, farmers. In the morning, we were in the main area where we heard discussions on innovation in farming. Shortly after lunch, we received a keynote presentation on mental health in farming, and then we broke out into sessions. And I attended a session on first 48 hours of a CAF. I attended another session on solar. And I'll let you others talk about your experience there. But kudos to Cypress County for hosting. It was a very well-run one-day event at a very reasonable cost. I think it was $40 a person.
Good, thank you. Are there reports or comments? Medina, please.
Well, I have to say, I was really impressed with how they kept everything on schedule. Even our last presentation was I believe the lady who was from the lab at Kara, yeah, and Hanoi in there. She had a hard time. She thought she got an hour to speak, not half an hour. So she had a hard time getting it all together, but it really was very informative. You know, I attended one from Performance Seeds about how to bring some more moisture into your land with and forage crops, and so I found that very interesting. The one about the business app, I was not, I don't know, interesting, I guess, but I'm not so informative. But that's, yeah, that's, and listening to Yameli, everything she said, I was like, wow, we could do that at CDC South, just saying.
That's pretty good. Thank you. Anything else? Lynette?
I just wanted to put the name out there for that business company, but Business-Wide View. I actually listened to one of their podcasts on the way here this morning, and some of them might be more interesting than others, but it's all about farming and ranching. They have guest speakers that come in and talk to them on their podcast and stuff, so might be worth a listen. They have an app as well, so it's Business-Wide View.
And they made a presentation there? Yes. Okay. And that's the one that, no? Different one.
So their app is also to connect farmers and ranchers with each other for information, as well as they have ads too, right? So you could sell your farmland there, you could sell your baler on there. So it has some wide range of applications, I think.
Okay, good, thank you. Holly?
I guess in their defense, it was their first presentation. They were slightly nervous, and the mics didn't work, and we had sound coming from somewhere else. It was a little confusing. But FCC gave an update on where they saw the world of finance and farming going in agriculture that I found was a really good presentation. I also went to one on succession planning by MNP, which had some interesting things. So I think most people would have gotten quite a bit out of it. I will mention that somebody was very excited to win a blanket and some cups, and thank goodness Adina was there to explain that yes, her number did win because she didn't think so. Yeah, because that was. Congratulations, Kelly.
So,
I don't know how the game works.
So who presented from FCC? Gervais.
Graham Crosby.
Okay. Thank you. Good. Amanda, please.
They also spoke about drones and farming. Very.
Oh, yeah. Drones were so interesting.
Good. Okay. Good. Thanks for going. I think that was well worth it. Appreciate your attendance there. Anything else under community reports? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion that we go in camera. Holly. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you.